Hey, what's up everyone? Johnny the Geek here. Welcome to yet another live build, right? So this is a special event, mainly because not only am I going to be building one computer, but I'm actually going to be building 5 computers, right? And so before I begin, I'm going to talk a little bit about what to expect here, right? So all these computers that I'm building, that's actually over on this shelf here, right? All of these computers, don't take them as like the gospel end all be all. This is how you build computers, period. These are the best components and the best matched components or anything like that, right? Because to be honest with you, most of these components here, they are already obsolete. And I'm not talking about like it's, you know, going to be obsolete a year from now. Most of these parts here are actually about a year old, right? And so but there are different form factors, right? Different purposes for these machines here. There's a variety of different things, so that's what you can kind of sort of get out of this. Like I said, most of these parts are not really matched well together. They just happen to be, oh, they're on sale, all right, I'll buy it. I don't know what I'm going to use this power supply for, but it was cheap, and so I'm going to buy it and hold on to it, and when I want to come across and build a system, I'm going to build a system, which brings me to the first system that I'm going to build, and that is a home theater type of PC. And we're going to go ahead and jump right into what we got here. This particular system is an AMD based, and so this motherboard I got for a really inexpensive price. I think it was 30 bucks, right? Oh no, I'm sorry, $60, because it comes with do I need anything here? Yes, I need this. Oh, so this particular system here is a mini ITX system, and so it has the CPU already built into it, right? Not the most powerful thing, but it's going to be enough to just play and consume media, right? Just play back, streaming video, stuff like that. And so it did not come with this, if you could see here, it did not come with this 60 gig SSD, right? I added that in there. I forgot to take it out, right? But I'm gonna leave it in there. I'm actually gonna use it as the boot drive. But anyways, so this was a fairly inexpensive system or motherboard, and the RAM that I'm using here, I'll just set this aside. The RAM that I'm actually using here, I'll go ahead and install it. I picked this up on, where was it? Amazon, I believe, and it was $35 for 8 gigs, right? And the thing is, it was like a used, some person was selling it. It's actually Mushkin RAM. Don't let the sticker fool you. I just stuck this sticker on there because it was just lying around, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick it on this RAM. But this is a Mushkin memory, and it was missing the heatsink, so that's why the guy was selling it for so cheap, right? 8 gigs for 35 bucks. Usually it's like $70. But that's why this particular system was so inexpensive. Sorry, I'm just checking my live room here. Oh, nice. We got some viewers in the comments here that I could see. Awesome. Anywho, yeah, I had originally advertised that this was gonna start at like 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, but things kind of just, you know, got a little busy for me, so that's why I made it 7 o'clock. I'm an hour behind. But anyways, so yeah. All right, back to the memory. So very inexpensive memory, Mushkin. I bought the heat sinks off of eBay for like $1.82. It took like 2 weeks for me to get it, probably because it came from China. But anyways, so 35 bucks, well, 40 bucks, roundish, right, for this memory here. And so go ahead and install it. Which, by the way, you probably notice. Oh, what the hell? I cut myself. Did I? Oh yeah, I sliced my thumb open. Medic. Sorry, don't worry. I got some alcohol here. Oh, that burns. Man, this is what happens when you do stuff live, right? Terrible. Terrible. All right. So, man, now I need to get a Band-Aid. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I have a Band-Aid now. Nothing's gonna stop me from doing these builds. And that's why you gotta be careful with these components. Especially cheap components. Right? Because they got some sharp edges. And for those of you who've built systems, you know that you've probably, at one point in your lives, cut yourself on some sharp edges. If you're like old school, before rolled steel, you've probably cut yourself once or twice on the edge of a computer case, or using these freaking things. This probably is what cut me here. Anyways, so installing the RAM now. Oh. On this system. And so I'm also trying this new format here. Not sure if it's, you know, the whole main screen. This usually is like the best view. Crazy glue. Nice. Has anybody ever tried that? Have you actually tried putting crazy glue on a cut? I've put tape before. Like, I've used duct tape and just wrapped up a cut with duct tape. I guess it's got glue on it. Alright, so RAM installed, CPU installed, didn't even have to do anything for that. Now, let's see, what should I do? I guess I should bust out with the case that I'm going to use for this. And I'll talk about the rest of the components here as I open them up and go through them. And you'll have to excuse the audio, right? The thing with this audio setup is that when there's like ambient noise, it tends to filter it out, so it'll be kind of low. I noticed that when I did some recordings, and what I have right now is the AC on because it's kind of hot in California and there's all these lights, so that's why there might be some low audio. But hopefully, I mean, there's only like 5 of you guys here, so so I mean, you know, just turn up the volume, I guess. I don't think the volume will all of a sudden spike up or anything like that, right? Okay, so let me bust out with the case. And so the case we are using today is the Cooler Master 120 Elite Advanced something or other. Yeah. It's an oldie but a goodie, and right now you can find this thing for like 25 bucks, which is a pretty good deal. It's after rebates, $25 after rebates. But what are you gonna do, right? And I've never worked with this case before. Actually, in terms of ITX size motherboards and systems, I probably worked on maybe like 2, right? This is probably like the 3rd one I've ever worked on, and this is the first time I've ever worked on a case that was specifically ITX, right? I put ITX motherboards in like micro ATX cases just because those things are cheaper, right? Now these things are coming down in price, so that's pretty good. And so, and if you're gonna be like a first-time builder, a lot of people say don't, the ITX cases are not like for the novice or beginners or first timers. because it's so tight to work with. So here we have the bag of goodies, which is a mess. They don't do anything to like sort anything out for you, which is a shame. Oh, nice. I think I do have some crazy glue, but it's like the kind of glue to glue something on glass, right? It is super glue. Is that like crazy glue? Super glue? Alright. Just dump everything out onto the table here. It's a big mess anyways. Let's see. Get my cables out of the way. And hopefully, I'm more worried about like forgetting some components. Or like the screws, the hardware. There's one case that I'm using. I didn't have the motherboard screws, so I had to like go look for some. Does this come with? No. Man, this didn't even come with a tool. And I have that tool, but it's in another. It's in another bag, which is terrible. I'm not even gonna be able to tighten these down. I need to get the needle nose pliers. Oh no, it does come with a tool. It's right here. Sweet. All right. Okay, got the standoff screws in. Now, oh, the IO shield, which should be this way. See, this is where if I were to get cut, I should be getting cut, not handling the dang parts. Alright, so I gotta look at this motherboard. Doesn't have USB 3.0. No, useless. At least I don't think. At least I can't find it. No USB 3.0. That means this USB 3.0 and this USB 3.0, look at that, doesn't even have a USB 2.0 header plug thing to make the USB 3.0 into a USB 2.0, so you don't waste the port. Now the port's gonna be wasted unless I put a USB 3.0 PCI Express slot there, but I'm actually gonna put a graphics card, which you don't really need to do, and I'll explain. But anyways, Motherboard going in. That's that. Let me get my trusty magnetic screwdriver. What screws? I am guessing it's going to be the fine threaded screws. Yes. So this particular system is actually going to be my home theater system that I will run. And in case you're wondering, this motherboard here is the ECS KBN-I/2100. I don't remember what the specs are. I bought it a while ago. Yep. All right. And now, let's hook up as many things as we possibly can. Starting with the audio, which I believe is here. Dead giveaway is that the way the pins are keyed. It's gotten to the point, well, it's been like this for a long time. If it fits, it sits. And USB here. This is terrible cable management, by the way, because the graphics card is going to go right here. And so I'm not really going to be concerning myself too much with cable management. I mean, I could spend an hour just finagling these cables. So I'll have to do that later. These videos are already going to be long. My last live video was like an hour. I mean, computers, it should really only take me like 30 to 40 minutes, but I mean, I'm gonna build 5 of them, so it's gonna take me 5 hours. So we're in it for the long haul, which is why I've got my Red Bull here. All right. Front panel connectors, the most difficult part of the build. It's difficult if the motherboard is not labeled with what to plug where, right? And this motherboard isn't. That's why I have to get the stupid manual. All right, here's the manual and the front panel connectors. Power switch. Are these 2 connectors here? Let's look for the power switch. Power switch is positive, or negative then positive, and there's like a little arrow. I know you can't see it in this, but there's a little arrow on the plug itself that indicates it's the positive. So this will go like so. Right? And then the power LED Goes right underneath that, and then it's negative then positive. Then the hard drive LED is across from that, and it's negative and positive. Yeah, so this is one big mess of cables here, which I will tie down later. Oh, and yeah, you should test all these components outside of the box. My last build video, I showed doing just that, testing all the components, firing it up, making sure you get something on the screen, you can get into the BIOS, all that stuff. For this live though, that's an extra like 10, 15, 20 minutes to the build, which I don't really want to do. So I am taking a risk, yes. Alright, the reset switch is on the opposite end here, and it is positive then negative. Alright. And now all we need is the power stuff. That's it, which leads me to the power supply. Now, here's, as you can already see, 620 watts. This is ridiculously more power than what this system needs. This system, you can get away with a 450 watt power supply, or 430 watt. And I think Newegg, somebody has one on sale for like, it's 35 bucks, but with like a $20 mail-in rebate, and then with the other little discount, comes out to like $13 for 430 watt power supply. Really good deal. This 600 watt power supply was 30 bucks after mail-in rebate. So that was a decent deal at the time, and at the time, like I said, I didn't have any specific builds that I was going to use this power supply for, and I have used this particular power supply in other build videos. But I'm probably going to end up just leaving it in here. It is a eco-friendly, like energy efficient kind of power supply. And normally it doesn't come with the screws pre-installed. I just stuck that on there just so that I wouldn't lose them. Alright, so this case, you actually have to take off this bracket on the power supply. Man, I hope my stream doesn't get disconnected or for some reason. Like the power going out or my computer locking up. I probably should have turned off all the overclocking I did on this computer that I'm streaming on. If in the event of an emergency and I get disconnected, I have to start a whole new stream. You can't just continue an existing live stream. It just ends it and posts it, and that's it. You have to start another one. So I think that's why I labeled this part 1. Yeah. Alright. Ooh, this is going to be a tight fit. Okay. And I probably could have just screwed in the bracket to the power supply first. What happened to my other screwdriver? Oh, there it is. I gotta look at these comments more. Hold on. I'm not sure. Oh. Normally, when I build systems, I like to take my sweet time. And I would have like something playing in the background, some music. But the funny thing about the YouTube live stream is if you got like copyrighted music playing in your live stream, it will warn you and then it'll just disconnect you, right? And I learned that the hard way because I was working an event and I was live streaming it on the YouTube live stream, and the event was a graduation, right? It was a college graduation. I mean, we didn't have like the best stuff, right? But I was just trying out this new thing because like nobody was doing it anyway. So the music, the graduation song, was copyrighted, and so it got disconnected right at the very beginning of when the students were like walking in. Man, nightmare. So yeah, first off, I didn't even know that song was copyrighted. I thought it was like an old song that anybody could use. Man, I probably should have plugged everything in before I screwed this stupid thing in. See, now look at what I gotta deal with. Oh, I think I just unplugged the power LED. Okay, let's move all this Medusa of power cords. Let's plug this sucker in. ATX power. Oh shoot, is there a motherboard power? No, thank goodness. Whew. Alright, I should really... What the... Should really do something about these front panel connectors. Take one of these. Wrap this up. It's temporary. I don't want to use a zip tie because it's going to be temporary. And again, I apologize for the audio. Other videos I've had the mic on me, but then I'd have to take it off every time I'm going to move around this room. Undo this. Let's throw in, I guess we could throw in the hard drive. Oh, and I think I just put the power supply upside down. I should have, yeah, I should have actually put the power supply with the fan facing up, because there's the ventilation for it, so that air goes up, which is okay. I'm gonna do that now. I don't have to take the whole bracket off. But I do have to be able to take it out far enough to where I can flip it around. Like so. Oh no. I have to turn the bracket around too. Great. Just great. I mean, honestly, I could have left it, but it would bother me that it's not right. Even though I'm trying to rush through this. How long has it been already? 30 minutes. And I'm not done with this thing yet? Good gosh. Well, I hope you guys have like another window open and you're watching or listening to some music at least, instead of just dead silence. So this whole motherboard here has integrated graphics, or graphics in the APU sort of thing, or chipset. Actually, I gotta look that up. It has graphics in there, and it's supposed to be enough to play 1080p content, which is what I'll most likely play. That's what my TV is. It's not. It's not gonna be doing 4K anything. So I don't really need discrete graphics like I have here, but I'm installing it anyways just to see what it looks like. I'll just leave that alone for now. The hard drive I will move on to, and I'm making a mess. Normally when I'm building systems and I take things out of the boxes, I stack the boxes all nice and neat, but nobody wants to watch me do that. And it would just take too long. Ooh. So these trays are interesting. These are the SSD 2.5 inch. You could put a notebook hard drive, I guess, if you got one laying around and that's what you want to throw in here. Slide this in. Take this. What? Oh. I should actually use one of the right angled ones. Why don't I have the right angled SATA connector. Oh, here they are. Right angled. Huh, this board only has 2 SATA connections. So now I'm gonna plug in I actually have a Blu-ray drive here because it's a home theater PC, and I do have some Blu-rays, and I might pick up a Blu-ray every now and then when they go on sale for like less than $10. And this Blu-ray drive, I believe it was, you can get them now. I think I paid like $80, like when it was brand new. But you can get Blu-ray drives now that just do Blu-ray. They only play back Blu-rays. This is a Blu-ray burner. But you can get just a Blu-ray player and a DVD burner combo for about $35 to $40. How does this thing come out? Ugh. I've never... Oh. Wait. Okay. Open the flaps. Close the flaps. And here's where I could use another right angled. But whatevs. All right. What else is there? There are... Oh, all right. Well, I guess I'll plug this in now. This is a Radeon R7 260X, and grossly overpowered for this particular system because you can play like some basic games, League of Legends, what else? Dota 2 probably, and you know those types of games. I don't play those types of games, but I know that they don't really require too much processing power. So this card would be good for that. However, you got to keep in mind that in V Magna 8, this is the Cooler Master Elite 120 Advanced. If you look up on the deal sites, you could find one for about $25 after mail-in rebates. That's kind of going on now. They're kind of getting rid of them because there's newer cases. It's probably about a year to 2 years old almost. This case, it's been out for a while. Anyways, when you're gonna build a system like this, especially with a cheap motherboard, very low power, not a powerful CPU, if you're gonna build a system like this and you want to put a graphics card in there, you have to really make sure that the motherboard and the PCI Express lanes and the PCI Express slot itself can even utilize this, right? You could plug this video card into a PCI Express 1 slot, right? But you're gonna bottleneck the power of the card for you to process the graphics and stuff like that. If the card's like just too powerful for your board, it's got a bottleneck at the board, and then you're just wasting your processing power, and essentially you're wasting the money that you put into buying this card, right? This motherboard has a by 16 slot, but I really should have done my research and to find out if the board itself can handle the speed or what this card can put out. Luckily, I'm kind of just guesstimating. This card is not a really powerful card, so, and plus I probably won't keep this card in this system because my home theater PC, I'm not gonna game on it. But like I said, I just want to see how it fits, what it looks like, how well it can run, if it could. That way, if someone would be like, hey, what's that board like, and you ever put a discrete card in there, and how did it run? Whoa. How do we make this fit? That's another thing. You gotta make sure your card fits. Alrighty. It looks good. Now you could put a more heavier duty. They do make ITX boards that takes a very powerful CPU, like Intel. I think they have ITX boards with like Z97s, and you could put like the highest end Z97 CPU in there, right? Oh, nice. R9 270s, yeah. The second and third, no. The third system that's on this shelf right here, right, that one right there. There's actually two R9 270s. I think they're 270Xs actually, by MSI. That's going into that system right there, which is going into the NZXT S340 case. Beautiful case. So I'm excited to be building with that shortly. Alright, now plugging in power to everything. And yeah, there's a better order of things, which is why you gotta, like, you know, sit down and plan it all out, research stuff, look at videos of people building with this particular case and systems. People will give good pointers. PC Part Picker, they have a YouTube channel, great website, gives you like the best deals on the internet for parts and stuff. PC Part Picker, and they have great videos too, because they, you know, have a budget, a specific budget, and they would build. I think they've actually used a case like this one, if not probably the newer version of this, right? So they have a good build guide there, a lot better than this one, but they didn't do it live. But they probably could do it live and do a better job. Anyways, PCI Express cable. Got to plug this into the PCI Express card, and which I probably should have done before inserting the card. But that wasn't too bad. Alright, and SATA, let's go with the SATAs now. Let's see if one SATA cable can reach both the optical drive and the hard drive. And be careful with like pulling on the SATA connectors. I've broken a few. All right. Now, I don't have a monitor set up to fire everything up. I decided I'm just gonna do straight build, set it aside, move on. And maybe a little cleanup too. This is terrible. And if you're just joining us, prepare for a whole lot of yakety yak. Yeah, that's all I need. I only need one Molex connection. I guess I could tie this up with the existing, where'd it go? This sucker right here. And this is temporary. All this is like, I'll be redoing a lot of this. Jam that in there. Be careful not to break anything. The cables could have actually fit. Can you guys see that? Could fit down more into here, which I will be doing later. I'd have to start unplugging things, moving cables down into there, into this area here. But I just need one. Sometimes these things don't just, pins on these Molex connectors don't line up. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's one more for the front fan. Any recommendation for a full tower case? Full tower? I believe the 750D is a good full tower case. I am a fan of the Air 540. It's not like full tower height wise, but it does fit pretty big systems. Only because it's just a weird shape. Like, I myself am running the ArcMidi 2 fractal design because I bought a bunch that was really inexpensive, and I'm gonna be building with that case, the ArcMidi 2, also tonight. And there's like one thing in there that I liked the most about that case, and it had to do with the radiator, because I have a H100i, and it lets you move the radiator to the side a little. And I have a socket 2011 motherboard in my main rig, so it's pretty big, and so that's why I like that case. Anyways, I also am using for tonight's build a Corsair 600T. Now there's newer cases. What the hell do they call the 730T or the 700 series T? It basically replaced the 600T case. Those cases are really nice. They look really good. They're full tower cases, right? And there's a bunch of reviews from like Linus, Tech Tips, Hardware Canucks. Those two are probably like in terms of like looking at cases, those two are probably the best YouTube channels out there. Especially Hardware Connects. Their videos are premium. Really good stuff, right? And they do have a review on the Corsair 700 series cases. So I recommend checking that out. Oh, you wanted it under $100. Shoot. A case that's under $100 is Full's Tower case. I would say if you could spring a little bit more than $100, like $120, right? Just an extra $20, you can get the NZXT H440. Wait, is it called the H440? I think it's the H440. It's the 400 something. There's fours in it, or yeah, H440. I'll have to look that up. But those come in like white, black, and red. Few other color schemes, special edition color schemes. They'll cost more, but I've seen them go down to $109, right? For the black version. The white version I've always seen around $120, right? And then other places they'll have them for like $140. That's like the retail price, but you could easily find that case for $120 or $110, right? But be warned, it doesn't have any optical drive bays, right? So I would recommend, if you have to have a DVD drive for discs, pick up an external for about, you can get one, you can find one, just one that'll work just to get your discs in there, or just to get your programs installed or whatever, for about 20 bucks, right? Maybe even $15. I posted one time on my Instagram account a deal for like, it came out to like $10, right? I personally done away with optical drives myself. The only reason why it's in this one is because it can play Blu-rays, right? It's my home theater. So that's pretty much it for that there, I think. Where's my cover here? Now the moment of truth. Where are those screws? Yeah, and actually for tonight's build, all these 5 builds, I was almost going to buy the NZXT H440. Man, now I gotta look it up. It's gonna bother me if I don't get the model name right. NZXT H440, that's what it is. Somebody asked to do a giveaway of my PCs. Look, I'm not MKBHD yet, or ever. I don't know. YouTube does help pay for some of this stuff, like the revenue, but honestly, a lot of it comes from I'm addicted to buying computer parts. So I'm pretty sure a lot of this stuff came out of my own pocket. But someday, maybe, I don't know, if I could do giveaways, I would do a giveaway. Who knows? Maybe if I get sponsored or something. So that's pretty much it for this system. It's pretty hefty, it's pretty solid. I don't know how the airflow is going to be, heat management, you know, I'll have to talk about that in my other channel called It's Good to Be Geek. That one's gonna be more for um, video blogs and stuff like that. Oh, nice, the NZXT Phantom. Yeah. That one, I think that one, the Phantom was like their entry into the market. It's a very popular case. I mean, I'm pretty sure they had cases before the Phantom, but the Phantom one, that one was a really popular one, and it's $90. That is a good price. It's I think Linus from Linus Tech Tips, I think that was his case like a while back. Yeah, that was one of his systems. I mean, he has a bunch of systems, but that was the one he personally chose, right? So that is a good case, and I would have got it too, but I've had, you know, plenty other cases to play around with. And NZXT, they're really known for like budget friendly but really good cases. And the most notably, they have that fan in there that kind of, you can angle the fan inside of it by the drive cage, so you can point the fan and make airflow go in a specific onto your graphics cards and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. All right, one system down. Oh my god, that took an hour, which is what was kind of expected, right? Let's set this down. Okay, do a little bit of cleanup, getting set for the next build, which is yet another small form factor. And this is a newer platform from AMD. It's the AM1 platform. It's the way I'm building it, I'm making it like if it's some kind of, you know, kick-ass machine or something like that, but it's not. This is the kind of system that like you need to build for somebody because they just need a computer to get on the internet, do word processing, very basic stuff. It is not like a platform in which you build a gaming system on. It's not something that's like, it's so cheap and expensive, I can put all of my money onto the graphics card and just build a cheap system so that I could, you know, focus more on the graphics card and get really good gaming results. No, this platform is not for that. And I'll show you why. Oops. And typically all that stuff that I just threw, it looks like I threw it on the floor. I'm gonna throw it, I mean I did throw it on the floor. It looks like I'm gonna throw it away, but no, I keep everything, all the boxes, the bags, the screws, I keep it all together. And then what I usually like to do is I usually like to put all that stuff in the case box, right? I put the boxes, the little boxes of all these components and screws, and I put it in the case box, and then I put that away, right? It's boxes inside of boxes inside of boxes. Okay, on to the next system. Oh man, but first let me take a Red Bull break. All right, it's a good thing I picked up this stool, because otherwise I'd be standing this whole time. I'd be exhausted. SSD for a boot drive. And I really don't, for this particular system, I really don't recommend an SSD. Save your money. I'm just putting it in there just to show what it looks like putting in an SSD. Kingston HyperX memory, 4 gigs. This is a Amazon open box item. They call it Amazon Warehouse. It was pretty inexpensive. I think it was like $64 for 8 gigs, which is a good deal. Right, A lot of people don't like doing open boxed used items. Me, I don't really care. It does have lifetime warranty, so if it fails on you, you send it back. It does cost you money to send it to and get an RMA and stuff like that, but that's the gamble, right? So this is the 5350 AMD AM1 processor. I've done unboxings already of this, so I've talked about that. If you want to check that out on my other channel, youtube.com/itsgoodtobegeek, check that out. DVD drive, this doesn't necessarily need it. I always say this should be the last thing that you get unless you absolutely have to install something by disk, and like you can't get somebody to let you loan you a external DVD drive just so you can copy some stuff off of the disk or something. But these are inexpensive. These are about 15 bucks, right? And then a hard drive here, Western Digital Blue. It's like a standard everyday use kind of a hard drive. This was also an Amazon open box item, and I believe it was like $44, $45, something like that. Brand new, they usually run for about 50 bucks, which is a good deal. It's a 1 terabyte. Oh, what parts of my personal computer? It's not the latest and greatest. I do plan on upgrading soon as DDR4 memory goes down in price, but I have socket 2011 gigabyte motherboard, what is it, X79 chipset, the 3820 was a quad core CPU, and 64 gigs of RAM, which is a lot, I know, but a lot of RAM really helps out in the After Effects and Adobe Premiere, the video editing stuff. That's what my main rig is. It's video editing, and the lot of RAM helps out with that, mainly because, I mean, for me, I'm not like pro when it comes to video editing like that, but I want it to be fast so that, you know, when I try things and then don't like them, I can try more things. Like when you're pro, you could probably get it, you're more efficient, so like you don't need like all that speed. I mean, it depends on how you look at it, but because, you know, I'll like try things out, make mistakes and stuff like that, I need like the more RAM just so I can be like, oh, that sucks, and then try the next thing, and then, oh, that sucks too, try the next thing. So that's why I have 64 gigs of RAM, right? And then let's see, I have the H110 cooler in my main rig, and SSDs. I have two 256 SSDs that are RAID 0. That's my main drive, and then like 3 2 terabyte hard drives for storage of videos and programs and stuff like that. And then what else? Oh, the graphics card. I'm running the 780 Ti classified, which is a bit overkill. I don't really game that hard, and my monitors don't even really can run high frame rates at 60 hertz. But for the rendering stuff, it's pretty good. And I actually want the new 900, the 980 or 970s, a couple of 970s or a 980. So that's gonna be later for my upgrades. Right? Great question. Thanks for the questions. Free Sharpies, who also I think follows me on Instagram as well. Okay. Let's see here. Pretty much same affair. Let's hope I don't cut myself again. And always have an anti-static wrist strap. You won't kill something. You won't kill your board. I mean, you could kill your board depending on how much static you pump into it, but you could shorten the life, and you don't want that. So always always wear an anti-static wrist strap that's you're grounded properly. I, however, am not wearing one, but my table here is grounded, and there's a metal bar, and I'm always stepping on it. All right, RAM. Same thing. And my main challenge, just in case you didn't know, it does have a more in-depth, polished a little bit build guide. Alright. So this APU comes with its own fan, and it has a new way of mounting it, and I don't even know how. I don't know how it works. I might have to look at the manual. You gotta be careful with this. This tiny little thing. Open up the flap here, and on there is a little arrow, and on the APU itself there's also a little arrow, and you just gently seat it down in there. It doesn't require you to push the CPU in there. A little bit of tension on the arm, and that's it. Now we're gonna look to see how this thing works. I don't know why there are 4 things here. Oh, I guess it's it comes together like so, like this. Right? So I'm guessing this has a pre-applied thermal paste on it already. Let's see here. Nope. Yeah. We'll set this down. I think that's how it goes. I don't know if this goes. Shoot. RTFM. RTFM. Oh. It goes like this. This goes down into here. I think. Oh. Great. I done screwed it all up. Oh, I broke it. Okay. So it goes like that. gets pushed all the way through here, and then this thing goes in here. Like so. What? Honestly, why couldn't they just do their old hook bracket? This is terrible. Huh. Oh. Oh, that's it. Huh. All right. So it was a lot easier than what I made it out to be. I thought you had to like push this whole thing through it, but you don't. So let's go ahead and plug this in. Voila. Let's get rid of this. And where is my case? So the case I'm using is just way too big for what this motherboard is. This case is the Tesseract from Deep Cool. Yes, that's right. I said Tesseract, as in that blue rock from Iron Man. So here's the thing. Here's my reason why I'm using this case. It's $30 shipped from Newegg. $30. It's $5 more than the ITX case that I just used. In which an ITX case, this board won't fit an ITX case. You need an MATX. There are other cases that are smaller, like the Fractal Design Core 1000 or the Cougar Spike Mini. It's smaller and it's more suited for this. But those cases are $30, $35 also, right? And this case looks really cool. For being $30, it's all glossy white and has more than enough expansion for you. You're never gonna need, right? Yeah, if you want to spend more to get the right piece that you want, sure, go for it. Let's see here. This goes this way. Like so. And it already has the standoffs installed, and there should have been the hardware. But it's missing one of the screws. It's missing 2 screws. I need the little tool. Does this come with one? No, it does not. I don't want to make too much of a mess. All right. Oh. All right. What I should have done actually was put in the power supply so I could route the cables behind everything. And so this power supply, it looks fancy. It's white. It's 600 watts. Again, way too much power for this. It was, and this thing is expensive. This power supply, don't get this for something like this, right? This power supply came off of my main rig. It used to be in my main rig, and it was temporary in my main rig when I didn't have a whole lot of power in my main rig, because I didn't get my graphics card yet and all that, so I didn't need a very powerful power supply, and so I just stuck this in there in my main rig. And then ever since I got rid of it, it's just been sitting around. And then I was like, oh, I got this white case now, and I'm gonna put this power supply in it. Does look nice. It's modular. They advertise it as being silent. Oh, comments. So is everybody out there, the few people who are watching, are you on East Coast, West Coast, mid, what is it? Midwest? Oh, what am I doing? All right. Which one's the CPU power? Here it is. Do I need to route any other? I guess that's it. Oh, maybe I need to do... Oops. No. Oh, and this board, by the way, and this APU, I actually don't remember. Wow, Singapore, Canada. That's crazy. This looks ugly. I did an unboxing of this motherboard and APU. In that video, I said how much it was. I don't remember off the top of my head what it is right now. Pretty sure it was very inexpensive. Shoot. I might not be using the right screws. Ha! It was not. These are the fine threaded screws. Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't really time this on this day at this time to coincide anything. It's just this is when I'm available right now. Well, I appreciate you guys watching. Is that it? Oh, that's it. I don't need it anymore. This. CPU power. Done. ATX power. Now you might be wondering, with such a big case with all this room, you could probably fit a big graphics card in here. On this particular board, however, no. This board only has a by 4 slot right here, right? It's a full size, and it looks like it's the same size as a by 16 slot, but electrically you could see the pins here, and it only goes up to right here, right? So this is a by 1 slot. So this physical size, you can see it's obviously shorter. It's PCI Express, but it only goes up to here. That's by 1. This one up here, well, aside from it also obviously says PCI Express by 4. But if you didn't look at that, you could see that the pins only go up to here, right? So sticking a graphics card in here would be utterly useless, because the graphics cards will pump out, but this board won't take much data, right? And like I said, this system is like internet and word processing, maybe. That's about it, right? Gaming, probably like flash games, like web games, maybe Minecraft. That's about it. And this power supply, again, way too much power. So this particular system, I know that I said I wasn't really going to focus on cable management, but I kind of did by putting this cable back behind the motherboard here, and this fan power cable back behind the motherboard here, just so that later on I don't have to take this motherboard out just to redo the cables. So this, I should have put it all behind here. I wonder if, like the other guys, like Linus Tech Tips, who else does live? Rafael Rodriguez III from Los Angeles. Woo! I know that guy. I wonder if the other guys do live builds. I know they do have live blogs. I mean live shows. They do live shows where they talk about tech. But I don't know if... Oh, Ontario in the house. Jason, thanks for watching. I'd like to see him do a live build. There's some people on Newegg TV. They have their own YouTube channel, and they do live builds. I don't know how many they've done, but I'd like to see them do a live build, and I'd like to see them do a marathon. Yes, this motherboard does look cute. Alright. Now this front panel actually has it labeled, so I don't have to look it up on the manual. Well, let's see here. Power switch. reset switch. New York City. Nice. Thanks for watching, Antonio. Power LED. And then hard drive LED. And done. And in case you missed it, this case, 30 bucks. Paul's Hardware. Oh yeah, that's right. That guy, he's from Newegg TV, right? I mean, here he works at Newegg, so I think he started off his own channel. And Paul's Hardware. Yeah. Am I correct, Antonio? Is that the same Paul's Hardware we're talking about? How long do I think I'm gonna do this marathon? If I'm estimating about an hour, so far it's been an hour per machine. I got 5 machines, 5 hours. This one might be a little bit quicker, only by like 5-10 minutes. Nah, you didn't miss much. I mean, the live stream too, you can rewind. It's like a DVR function. You can rewind at the very beginning and then just kind of skip through things. That's a neat feature in the live. I think I have that, or you're able to do that. Can somebody try that out? I'm not sure if I was supposed to turn that on, that DVR function. I think it's default already on. Yeah. Moving big cases is terrible. Or moving parts, yeah, within big cases. I should not have moved this USB 3.0. Dang it, no USB 3.0 on this either. Such a waste. Oh, but look. They have a USB 2.0. See, this is what the other case didn't have, right? So this case, it has USB 3.0, but if your motherboard doesn't have USB 3.0, it has a USB 2.0 connection. So the USB 3.0 on the case now becomes a USB 2.0. At least you're not wasting a slot. And this motherboard has 3 USB 2.0 connections. It's capable. Plug that there. The other USB. I'll plug this here. And then the audio. All right. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's true. Power cables, shove them in the drive bay. I'm not even going to use all these. The what's interesting about this case, because I did an unboxing of the black and blue version. That black and blue version, you could remove this cage, but on this white version, it's riveted in there. You can't remove it. I don't know why. I would have liked to have actually removed it. Let's see. That is about it, I believe. Now, oh, since I don't need this thing, yeah. Do I teach college classes? No, but someday I do hope to be teaching some classes, but like basic stuff, you know, like A+, Network+, that sort of thing. And probably possibly doing like online. Since I'm doing this whole YouTube thing, I really like videos, making videos and stuff like that, and the only platform really that you could utilize videos, I mean, you could utilize it in real classes, like in-class classes, but online classes also, just so that it has a farther reach. And if I could, I would make my online classes free for the world, but also if I'm working for an institution, that you could take these classes and get like a certificate or a degree and stuff like that. All right, so and out here I need a master's, and that's expensive, so saving up for that. Yeah, I love unboxings. Hard drive in, SSD. That's how you do the SSD. And now a 1 terabyte hard drive. And these, you just spread them. That's it. Power for the drive. Oh, I'll actually just. Oh shoot. I'm not sure how. Is this top one? What? This is weird. Let's see if I can get you guys to see this. How the heck? I don't think the top one is removable. I mean, you can remove the filter, but this whole white grid, it's all like built into this. So I think the only one you can remove for a drive bay is the second one. Oh. I know you guys. Oh, here, look. Hopefully the bottom left, you can see that. This whole thing, it's all the solid piece, but that's this right here. Right? See? Looks like it could come off, but it can't. It's this whole piece right here. So, and plus, even if you were to take this top part off, all these cables would be in the way, which is weird. But the case itself has the slot right up here. That would line up with this. So what's the point of that? It's weird. What am I gonna do with these systems? Sell them off. Yeah, I installed a SSD. It's right here. It's a 128 Agility 4 OCZ. It's an oldie. It's an oldie but a goodie. It's gonna be the main boot drive. I'm actually gonna, I think all of these systems, I'm going to install Windows 10. I know. Just for shits and giggles, just to see what Windows 10s will act like on these systems here. My last live build video, that system, I had Ubuntu on there. I installed Windows 10 over the weekend, playing around with it. I'm using like Windows 8.1 drivers, and it works, only because there's no Windows 10 drivers yet. Let's see. What am I gonna do with these systems? Oh yeah, sell them off. Sometimes people hit me. Of course, I'm not gonna like sell them off as it is. Like, I'm gonna, you know, make sure everything's cleaned up and proper and, you know, really good, ready to go, ready to ship out, install software, play around with it, stress test it a little bit, make sure that it works, fire it up every day, all that kind of stuff, right? Hey, Jim, thanks for watching. I know you got to, you know, do your thing and stuff like that. You know, you can always, it's gonna be recorded, so I guess you can come back or whatever. Oh, by the way, time codes. If you're gonna watch this later, I'm gonna put time codes in the description of each build, and so you can sort of like just click on the time, and it'll jump you to that build. So I'll put that in the description later on, probably tomorrow. So anyways, yeah, sell off these systems. That's what I'm probably gonna do. Probably just in time for the holidays. Give me enough time to test them out, make sure that they're good, durable, reliable. And usually people around the holidays, you know, they get some money or they want to buy a system for somebody. Usually that's around the time that I can sell them pretty easily, right? If not, I'll find something to do with them. 5 computers, one will go in the kitchen, bathroom, living room, bedroom, whatever, room, closet, in my car, whatever. I'll find some place for these systems. All right. Yeah. So, optical drive. Oh. Huh. It's weird. Sweet. Thanks, Jim. See ya. All right. Moving on. Oops. What am I doing? I forgot this is not a full size. Oh, this thing only has 2 SATA slots. That means I gotta lose something. I gotta lose either the optical drive, the SSD, or the hard drive here. Man. Huh. I guess I'll just lose the SSD. SSD going out. Really, I should take out the optical drive. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'll leave it up to you guys. Should I take out the optical drive? Ditch the old media? Got 1 vote for no SSD. Oh wait, I don't think that was a vote. I think you're just saying what I just did. I don't know what the latency is on these videos, these streams here. Okay, I need a power 2 SATA connectors. So these are modular in design. Is this SATA? No. Here's a SATA cable. Yeah, that's true. No one uses. Remove the optical drive. I agree. Alright, removing optical drive. Putting back SSD. Man, this system's so light. Oh. I should actually use the power. There could always be some better cable management. I'm not going to worry about that right now. 1 Molex connector. put back drive bay cover. And that's pretty much it. Let me put the back cover on there. Ugh. You know, eventually I'm gonna swap out this, because this case is a really nice case. Look at all these fan. I mean, there's two fan 120 millimeter fans. You could put a radiator water cooling unit up in there, right? And even the side panels could have fans to cool off video cards. This thing can't even take that. So I think I got everything plugged in okay. It's good enough. All in all, I like the way this thing looked. That's what the top looks like. Right? Oh, dang it. All right, another one bites the dust. Let's put this away. All right, doing a little bit of cleaning, and then we're moving on to the premium stuff. Now that the cheap stuff is out of the way, moving up to a little bit of a premium. Not like top of the line, the best. And the next system, we're going to be using Intel. Actually, yeah, it's all Intel from here on out. Starting with a dual core Intel, the 3258 anniversary edition, the unlocked CPU, the dual core that's unlocked. Supposedly you can overclock it like a mofo, with the right board, of course. A little bit of a controversy on that, and I'll talk a little bit why. Right. Oops. Let's get rid of all this. Two 270s. Yet another overpowering power supply. gonna do a little bit of water cooling. All right. So, let's talk a little bit about stuff here. MSI MATX gaming themed board, B85M chipset, and Intel with this particular CPU, which is a 20th anniversary 3258 unlock multiplier. It's non-K, but it's an unlock multiplier, and you need a Z97, right? Intel wants you to have a Z97. That's originally what they did. A Z97 chipset to be able to change the multiplier and overclock this by changing the multiplier instead of adjusting the frequency, right? This is not a Z97, obviously, B85. However, the motherboard manufacturers have taken it upon themselves to have a firmware update that will allow you to change the multiplier on just this CPU, this particular CPU. Now, whether or not they have cooperation, or if they're working around or circumventing certain things, but Intel programmed it in the microcode to say only allow a Z97 chipset to change the multiplier, right? They work that into their chips. But then motherboard manufacturers figured out a way, I don't know how or what, but they figured out a way to go around that, and maybe it tells the CPU, hey, yeah, I am a Z97. I'm going to unlock your multiplier now. I don't know. Maybe that's how it works. Not all of the non-Z97 motherboards are doing it, but supposedly this one does it. Alright, so that's a little bit about that. Graphics cards, two Z97 or two 270Xs, H60 cooler, OCZ 750 watt power supply, G-Skill Sniper Series. What is this? 2133 RAM, right? It's 8 gigs. It's very fast RAM. This board cannot handle anything more than 1600. I got this RAM because it was 70 bucks. It was on sale. It was cheap, right? A little bit of future proofing too. Maybe I'll pull this RAM and put it in another system. Well, not really. Everything, we're moving to DDR4 now. Hyper X 120 gig SSD. Western Digital red drive. Just got it because it was red. Right? I don't recommend that you get this. This is a NAS drive. You don't get this for your main system drive. You get a blue or black actually, which is a little faster than the blues. But I just got it red because and it was an Amazon warehouse. It was $45. We'll set this aside for now because I don't really need that right now. I don't need this right now either. And I don't really need these right now. Alright. CPU time. Oh, these are nice. IO shield. Motherboard. Stuff. Cables, a door thing. I'm not here. I'm sorry, I'm busy gaming. That's pretty cool. Manuals. Oh. Yeah. I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten dinner. All I've had is this Red Bull. All right. And this motherboard CPU combo was $90. 90. I just need the CPU. Gotta be careful with the motherboard. These pins are very delicate. CPU, however, is a little bit more durable. And so there's two little dimples on the side here of the CPUs, and then there's two little notches on the side of the socket. There's also, oh, you can't see it. Huh. Oh. On the cover, there's a little arrow here on the bottom left. Little arrow on the CPU itself too. So you just want to gently lower it into place. Right, you don't need to press down on it. And that's it for the CPU. Can you believe there's an electronics store called Fry's Electronics out here? They charge $10 to do that very thing. Just that. That's it. I guess if you don't know how to build systems, $10, it's not so bad. The RAM. How are we on time? Oh, 9 o'clock. Oh. All right, so on this motherboard, it tells you actually that you first have to install on number 2 and number 4. It says DIMM 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then on the side of it, it says first, and it gives you a little bracket. It says first, use 2 and 4. I'm glad it says it, because usually I would do like 1 and 3. But it says use slot number 2, so this is slot number 2. Then slot number 4. And if you're filling up all 4 slots, it doesn't matter. Fill up all 4 slots in any order you want. And so that's it. Now we will prep the case. So the case we are using is the beautiful NZXT. Oh my god, it's already got scratches on it. Dang it. They said it was going to scratch easily. But whatever. I'm going to try to not let it bother me. You can't see it, but I see scratches. NZXT. What is this? The NZXT S340. $70 case. That's like $70 brand new, no deals, regular price. And because Newegg is out here in California, I qualified for free shipping. I think if you're like across the nation, you might have to pay for shipping. But Newegg is like 20 miles from me. Right. So I'm gonna set this aside. It's very delicate. I'm also going to remove the back. And so the NZXT cases features this these special type of screws where it won't come off. It won't come off of the case, right? So they stay there, so you don't lose them. All right, satiny kind of feeling. If you follow me on Instagram, you know I was caressing this, right? Very beautiful looking case inside here. This little panel thing, what does it do? It hides all the cables, so it doesn't have grommets, right? Like most other cases. Looks like a mess back there, but still, with grommets, you see all the cables and you see like exactly where they're at. This, cables are hidden, right? Nice touch. It also provides structural integrity. All right. Let's install the I/O shield. And so this has really nice trays for your SSDs. It's cool because like you can display, you'll see it through the window and it's laying there and it looks really cool. Your SSDs there. Let's see, should I remove anything? Yeah, I do need to remove the front panel for the hard drive. And so the weird thing about this, look at that. That's not weird, I'm just saying it's very beautiful. The weird thing about this case, and the way they have the drive cages. Oh, here's the hardware. I'm gonna need that. If you notice here, this is where the hard drive's gonna go. Right? Power supply goes here. When the power supply is in there, the hard drive is in here. I gotta screw it in, and if this is my screwdriver here, see that? I would have had to have taken the power supply out just to screw in my hard drive. Normally you put in the power supply first, then you put in your drives. But it's a good thing I watched a few reviews before playing around with this thing. Right, so the first thing I'm gonna do is install the hard drive. This is the third build Intel system, MSI, dual core, Intel G3258, using two MSI 270Xs and the NZXT S340 case. This is what I like about this case too. Man, look at this. They have all the screws individually bagged, and the bags are labeled. Labeled. Look, they had one whole bag just for the standoff and a little tool for you to use with the standoff. Labeled bag, etc., etc. These are most likely the motherboard. These are the drives. All right. Hard drive going in. I actually need my magnetic. This is one of the things I don't really like about this. I wish it was like a tray. I mean, it would cost more if it was like a tray that you just slide in and snaps in, like a lot of cases. I understand that they had to go this cheap, more manual route to keep the cost down. What the heck? There's only one screw hole. Now that is strange. Alright. So this is the front cover. Filter, magnetic by the way, very nice. Oh, the other side only has one screw hole. This side does have 3, which is good. Makes it very secure. You can add up to 3.5 inch drives. One here, one on the bottom, but you have to screw it in, and I could have done that for this particular drive, is put it on the bottom, and you have to put 4 screws on the bottom of the hard drive, right? So that's an option. It does make it easier because then you don't have to do what I'm doing here by installing it on that side, or screwing it on this side, screwing it on this side. But since I'm here and I don't have the power supply, I'm gonna do the hard, difficult one first. If for whatever reason in the future I want to add on another hard drive, I'll have that easy route of the bottom here. And you know, in the future it'll have the power supply in there, and I won't want to have to take it all apart. And a lot of the reviewers were saying that this paint job here, it's nice looking, but it's cheap and it scratches easily. All right. I think we are done with that. I don't have fans. I will install fans later on here, but I don't have fans right now. I'd like to use like white fans, white finned fans. Oops. I would also like to replace the board and CPU with a Z97 and something more powerful to overclock to justify using a larger radiator here. I guess now I can put in the power supply. So this power supply, not the best, but it was very inexpensive. 750 watt, which I hope to be enough for these 2 graphics cards. Originally, it was going to be a couple of 7870s, I believe. That was going into this system, reference 7870s. But recently I decided to upgrade to 2 270s, and I don't really remember what the power requirements are for 2 of those cards. There are programs on the internet or websites that let you do sweet. Thanks for stopping by, Rafael Rodriguez. And Cool. Um, there are websites that have PSU calculators, so you input all of the hardware that you're using. I mean, it's like specific too to the model of everything, model of CPU, model of GPUs, all that stuff, and it'll calculate for you how much of a power supply you need. So this is a fully modular design. OCZ ZT series, you can't really get this anymore. I don't know if OCZ even makes power supplies anymore. I think this particular system, I think is also going to be my own personal system. This case anyways. I think I'm going to have this case in the bedroom. PC. As sort of the casual gamer. All right. Time to drop in the motherboard. And normally I would route the power cables that I need behind it first, but there's actually a large cutout behind here, so I could drop the motherboard in, still route my cables behind or underneath. Yeah, but I think the layout of everything was originally for an ATX size motherboard, so I have to rearrange the screws here to fit micro ATX. And they have a really cool guide. You can't really see it, but on the thing here it says for ATX use the A indicators, A. For micro ATX use U, the letters U. But sometimes you actually just gotta have the motherboard
goes here. Huh. All right. Oh, oops. Yeah. No. Let's see. Which ones are for the motherboard? Not these. Yep. Oh, shoot. I don't know if I needed to install a backplate on this, but the cutout in the back should be enough. I forgot I'm installing a water cooler. Alright, so now it's time for the water cooler. We have the H60. Just set this aside here. Alright. RTFM time. That's a AMD. No. I want Intel. Alright. So this bracket needs to go on the back here. doesn't come with any. No adhesive. Oh, great. Alright, what screws do I need here? I need I think I need these. The ones that are the same size on both sides? Or do I need the short ones? Huh. I'm guessing these are the LGA socket 2011 ones. Right, can you see that? Where is it? No. All right. Right. So then I got to use some new screws. Whoa. Stay. It'd be great if you had some helping hands. Alright, cool. Thanks, Jason. I'll see you later. Let's see, how am I going to do this? No, that's not going to work. This has to go. No, that's not going to work either. Dang it. Huh. These things rotate? I hope so. Whoa. I don't want the cover to come off yet. I just want to see if this will work. Oh shoot. That's kind of tight. There's a lot of tension on that hose. On that hose. Dang, why is that fan gotta be so thick? No, I can't install it this way either, because then my car is not gonna fit in there. Shoot. Where am I gonna put this in? I guess I gotta go to the front. Whoa. No. Huh. No. The heatsink on the chipset here is gonna block my radiator. This is terrible. And I don't want my logo, Corsair logo, to be upside down either. And it won't reach. Huh. Alright, let's try this. I really like this fan too. This fan is like strapped down into it. It's the same thickness, man. Even if I put the other fan on there, this cooler is not going to work with this case. Even though they clearly say put it on the back here. with the tubes facing down. So let's try it again. Maybe I'll just trust the hoses. I'm shiny. Do you know if the rad that they had was that rhymes? If it was this size or if it was a 240 in that NCIX review? And I think they used the Kraken, right? The NZXT radiator. And I think that had like long tubes. I tried to put it out here on the front, but these tubes didn't want to reach all the way over here. So I'm just going to screw in. I don't really need all of them. I didn't even really need this third one. Just going to hold it in place. See how this works. Oh, it's a lot of tension on that thing. These hoses are like plastic hoses too. They are not the kind that bend freely. This is a recipe for disaster. Yeah, I think I saw that review too. I think they're using an NZXT, and those hoses are like rubber hoses, good hoses, and they're longer. Well, I'm gonna have to take a chance on this particular setup or this position here and hope that the hoses don't snap and leak coolant all over the place. That's happened to me actually. So yeah, I am a little uncomfortable with the amount of tension that's on these hoses right here and here. All right. And let's get rid of this screw and put the proper screw. Cable management, worry about that later. Get rid of stuff. I'll probably put this fan in, not right now. Okay, moving on. Let's start routing power to stuff. Oh shoot, that's right. It's gonna block this, maybe. Let's see. I think if I remove this fan, which I will lose a top exhaust fan, flip this around, if this doesn't fit, if my graphics card won't fit, that's what I'm gonna have to do. So, dual slot. No, it fits. Snug. But it fits. And if this breaks, if this breaks and coolant leaks all over, it's gonna leak all over the card. This card, I'm trying to think. This card costs as much as this. Everything here, except the RAM. Yeah. Well, both the cards. Both cards will get ruined. The two cards in this system cost more than everything in this case. CPU, motherboard, RAM, water cooler, case. Just the two cards alone. So if this thing busts, I'm in trouble. Yeah, there was enough room. So I know that in reviews for this case, people use like a ATX size motherboard, and they had very little room, or they didn't have room for a second card because of these hard drive trays. The not hard drive, the SSD trays. But good thing for me, I'm using MATX case motherboard. And this really shouldn't be the time where you're plugging in the, graphics cards. I just want to see what it looks like. But that does look pretty nice. I mean, oh great. Taking them out now. because I need to plug in power and front panel plug-in cables and stuff all up in here. I gotta deal with this now. Alright, ATX. No, I should do all the other ones first. Because inside there, the ATX is on the edge here. If I plug that in, it's going to be hard for me to get into the other one. So I should do the PCI Express slot ones. And how many do I need? I need 4 6s. One, 2, 3, 4. Thank goodness for this cover, the power supply cover thing on the front, because the yellow and everything else being black and red and white, this yellow would have bothered me. I don't know about y'all, you out there, everybody else out there. But if your case and all your components are going to look this nice and be all color matched, you know, might as well try to match things, keep things consistent. This is sort of a display-ish kind of thing. Alright, the CPU. Which is this one. Which goes right up into here. Oh man, I should have done the CPU power before this radiator. Okay. Okay, we're in. We're in business. we'll just leave that for now till I get the cards in. And I'll get at least one SATA. So SATAs go up into here. I'll leave that. Another SATA. I need another SATA. One entire SATA cable just for this one hard drive here. Four-pin Molex for all of these. Fan connectors. Right. There's that. Now to hook up. Let's see. I guess the only thing I will run through is this audio cable, which conveniently comes right through here, which is very nice and clean. Wow, a lot of messages. All right. Sorry. Moving on. So this motherboard came with this very cool header pin connector here. I don't know what the second one is for. Speakers. Right. You plug in all of your stuff here. So power switch goes here. Makes it super easy. Power LED goes here. Whoa, don't break it. Yeah, if you did, you'd have to plug it straight into the motherboard. No big deal. Hard drive LED. And then the reset switch. Where is the reset switch? What am I missing? Is there a reset switch? Huh. There is no reset switch. Unless this power switch is like one of them smart ones or something, and weird, strange. Alrighty. So this thing just goes through here like so. It's keyed. And voila. So that's pretty much it for that. And now, I guess now is a good time to install the SSD. And my SSD is where now? Oh, that is snug. Yeah, it is weird. I don't know, I gotta look more into it as to why there's no reset button. It could possibly be, no, because the motherboard itself has reset header pins. So in order to reset the motherboard, you have to hit those two connectors on the motherboard, in which I do not have anything plugged into those two connectors from the case. So if I wanted to reset this, it's nothing on the back of the motherboard itself either. Maybe they think you have some high-end board that has a reset button on the motherboard or something. I don't know. Does it really cost that much to include a reset button? Do you know if anybody else has seen some reviews of this case? Did they mention it, like when they talked about the front panel buttons? And did anybody mention it does not have a reset button? I mean, I would think, you know, the pros out there, Linus, Hardware Canucks, they would kind of mention something about it or say something about it, give a comment, good or bad. I mean, you could do hold the power button until it shuts off. That's like a reset. Alright, ATX power. There's no other power that we need anymore, so ugh. Dang, I still got 2 systems left. I am tired. Whew. I How long have I spent? Oh man, I'm coming up on the 3rd hour now. I'm supposed to be done with this. I'm behind. Not that I had a schedule or a target. SATA cables. I can plug in the SATA cables now. Oh shoot. Well, that's not gonna work. I can't use right angled cables. Unless, you know what? Sorry. I know you're not really seeing what's going on here. I don't like the way that looks. I gotta ditch these cables that came with the motherboard because the right angles, it'll fit on the regular 3.5-inch hard drive, but it won't go on the SATA drive here because the tray is flat onto, it's flat onto the bottom here, so a right angled won't have room for it, which is fine. I got cables galore. But I had some opened laying around here somewhere. Alright, now the SATA. Oh, USB 3.0. I wish this one was a right angle though. Instead, it's got to come out like this. Can you see that? Oh no, you can't see that. See? Oh. This is dangerous. Because I have broken this before. See, I wish it was a right angled one. Like most people complain when they have a right angled to the motherboard of USB 3.0. Look at that. And here, the one time I want it to be right angled, it's not. So it's sticking out like that. I guess. It's just gonna have to do. That kind of worries me though. I think I might unplug this for now. It's in there good. I guess I'll leave it. Alright, graphics cards. And then that should be it. What the heck? Why are there bridges here? There's supposed to be, doesn't require a crossfire bridge. At least I don't think. Oh, cool. Sweet. This isn't really the best cable management layout. I'm gonna change it later. I don't really want to spend too much time. God, I just wish it wasn't yellow. I gotta get some shrink wrap on that thing or something. I'm still curious as to why these things have the fingers for crossfire. Oh. Oh man. Come on. Where's my other screw? Oh. front panel. Alright. Back panel. That is a mess. I'll work on that later. Or I work on it now because I can't close this thing. It's supposed to go all up into this channel here. Oops. Shoot. Oh, don't make me have to unplug stuff, reroute things. Just close. Ah. I don't think I'm on the right. Ugh. What the hell? I must have caught on something. Ah, there we go. What? Now what? Oh, shoot. What? All right. Sheesh. Yeah. I don't think I need a crossfire bridge for the 270s. I thought the 200 series did away with needing the crossfire bridge. Or was that the 290s that did that? So I guess it was the 290s that did that, huh? And the 270s still need the crossfire bridge? Which is okay. Oh, look at that. I also happen to have a MSI one here too. kind of weird. All right. Well, take a gander. That's what it looks like. All right. Third system down. Time for number 4. Time for a potty break, actually. I need fans. I really need fans in the front. Yeah, this is definitely going to need some fans. But that is a beautiful looking case there. Nice looking system. Whoa. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Folks, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Alright, time for a little cleanup here before I get to the next system. Yeah, the cable management does look clean, especially because I really didn't do a whole lot of cable management. I just pretty much routed whatever fit. Wherever the cables could go, that's where it went. Didn't really, as you saw, I didn't really plan anything out, like where, well, I didn't plan it too much where they should go. It just was pretty much wherever the cables could go. And it looked really clean. Mixing stuff up here. Whatever. All right. Okay, next, moving on.
to our next build. Let's get right into it. We have the Fatality ASRock Z87 killer, right? Previous generation chipset, Z87. Right now it's all about the Z97s and the X99. Take the motherboard out. Leave that stuff in there. CPU is a i5 4670. Get my chair out here, right? So it's an i5, not the most powerful CPU, but pretty powerful, and you know, for gaming type of enthusiasts, it's good enough for the gaming rigs. Let's just say that. Alright, so pretty much identical to the previous build that I just did. Open this up. Lower this. Now we'll do the RAM. So this is G-Skills 1600 megahertz, 16 gigs. It's an 8 and 8, and let me see if this motherboard says anything specific. No, so A1 and then B1. And that's it. So that's this one though, I'm putting an air cooler on it. And this air cooler I've never worked with before. Now, why don't I use a water cooling unit? Well, this air cooler was 30 bucks after rebate. And it says it can handle a 220 watt TDP CPU, which is a lot. And this CPU here is probably a 85 watts, 84 watts. So there's plenty of headroom for cooling or overclocking anyways. And it's pretty massive. It's not a Noctua, but comes with 2 fans, one pre-installed. Alright, so what do I need here? For 11
50. Oh, it says 1156. I'm pretty sure 1155 should be the same size though. I need H, G, and F. Oh goodness. Well, it's one back plate. Right? All right. So I need I'm guessing it's these because this says LGA 1156 on it. So screws, tiny little screws. Man, I should have just got the Evo, the Cooler Master Hyper 212 Evo air cooler. That one's a lot easier, which I will be using on the last build, by the way. Oh, cool. You have a Frio also? Nope. Yep. Oh. Wait. Really? That's what you want me to do? I gotta apply the thermal paste and then like this? That is weird. Wow. Like, how the heck do you do... Alright. So I'm gonna do it like this then. This is really weird. I have to go like this just to make sure that the thermal paste will get on there properly. Which, by the way, my CPU is dirty. Just gonna take a little bit of alcohol, rub that on there, dry it. Should be good. All right, thermal paste. I'm going to use some MX2 here, and not sure how I'm going to go about this. All right. I gotta install this upside down like that. Wait. Yeah. Let's get the screws ready with the screwdriver, flathead. Hope my thermal paste doesn't fall off while I'm trying to do this. It's starting to move. Just to do this. Okay. All right. Do I have this right? It's going like this. Yes. Easy. Easy. Where am I going? This is terrible. Terrible. I mean, I'm just going by the instructions. What if this thing was inside the case? What the heck would you do? I mean, literally, the instructions, look, it's upside down. I mean, like, this is right side up, but, like, the motherboard is upside down. And they want you to lay the motherboard down and then the plate. Oh shoot, I'm not doing crisscross either. Oh my god. Oh, my RAM. The fan is touching the RAM. Damn it. Alright. I got no choice but to take this off and move my RAM. Shoot, man. No. Nope. No. No. I hope my system will boot with the RAM in the different slots here. Well, it's still a dot, so I'm leaving it as is. And it's not dirty. Okay. What? Thermaltake logo. Oh, was I supposed to use these washers? Oh, I was supposed to use them in the bracket. Oops. Too late now. Now, for some of you who might be watching and you saw that I took the thing off, it had thermal paste on there, put it back on, you might worry about like air bubbles. The surface of the cooler, it's not like mirror. There's like cracks and stuff in it. So I'm willing to bet that any air bubbles in there will escape through those cracks. It's not like I made an airtight, super tight, airtight seal on this whole thing here. And there's like a lot of debate on the whole spread, dot, all that thing. I really want to do a heat comparison between spreading the thermal paste and using the dot. I honestly think there's no difference, right? The dot is just easier because I'm lazy. But the spread, and depending on what the viscosity of the thermal paste is, I would use the spread on like Arctic Silver 5 because that stuff is thick and it won't spread on its own. But that's a whole nother discussion. Anyways, oh, by the way, Arctic Silver 5, the instructions say you need to spread it on the CPU. Right? I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to leave it at that. Oh, it is upside down. You're right. That's... Wait, can this thing come off? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There you go. Problem solved. So we're doing the push-pull method here, real quick. Air is going in this way and it's going to get pushed through the fan. I mean through the heatsink, right? And then this, whatever side that this brace is on, this bracket here, that's the direction of the air. So air is going to go this way, right? So since it's going to be on this side, it's going to pull the air, right? It's pulling air through the heatsink, right? It's sucking in air from over here and pulling it through. So that's the pull. This is the pull. This is the push, because it's pushing the air through. At least that's the way I can explain it. And oh, I gotta take this thing off. Honestly, I'm leaving this fan off. I don't want to deal with this right now. I spent way too much time on this stupid cooler. Oh, my tummy is rumbling. Huh, there's a little dial here to turn the power of the fan. Well, let's see. Let's just see. What is involved? All right. No. This way. Well, that wasn't too bad. Oh, except I installed the fan. I'm gonna leave it that way. The logo is supposed to be here. But whatever. All right, done and done. Whew, it's a mess. Let's prep the case. So this case I'm using, it's a used case. This is the Corsair 600T. It's my previous case. Yeah. Oh, the microphone is right here. If like for some reason I'm like talking and then I'll be mumbling, my sound might not come through. Sorry about that. But that's as loud as it's gonna go. This case is weird because for USB 3.0 front panel, you gotta like run this cable to the back and then plug it into the motherboard, or the back of the motherboard. This is like pre-USB 3.0 header connections. I don't know why. I don't know how. I think I'm supposed to go like this. But this looks stupid. Honestly, I'm leaving that. Okay. Let's plug in this power supply. Which I've never opened before. Old power supply, 1000 watts, because I'm running two 290s. 1000 watts is a little bit overkill for two 290s. Ooh, look at that. That's nice looking. Not really digging this color scheme, but whatevs. Oh yeah, air bubbles. Probably. Hopefully it works itself out. it's 11 o'clock. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'm on my 4th system, so I think I'm on time. No, I'm behind. Am I an hour behind? I started at 7 to 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I should have finished my 4th system by now. Maybe? I don't know. I'm exhausted. All right, let's run this CPU power. Up. ATX power. Yep. Looks good to me. Let's see if I can actually plug this in while it's out. Sorry, head in the way. Whoa. Missing a screw there. Bothers me a little bit, but this thing's, it's in. Let's just move on and get this over with. Screws? Where are my screws? I have my little bag of screws. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Oops. Now, it's important that you actually do use all of the screw holes there, because sometimes your motherboard might not start up. It might not boot up if you don't have all the screws, all the right screws in the right spots, or in all the spots. Has a little bit of something to do with the grounding of the motherboard. Uh-oh. It's not lining up. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's why. There we go. All right. Huh. All right. That's that. Oh, I got one screw missing. One good thing about this motherboard, it's got a lot of fan connectors on it. Just plugging in the fans. There's a top and front fan. 200 millimeter fans too. These are big fans. Where can I go with this? Ugh. Sheesh. Alright. Fans, front panel connectors. What is this? USB. HD audio. Where are you, HD audio? Oh. HD audio. USB. What was this? Oh yeah, it's USB. Alright, front panel. Power button. Here. Power LED. Here and here. Reset. All right. Whew. Moving on. What else? What am I doing? Let's do the drives. 4 hours. Going on 4 hours, or 4 hours have passed? Oh yeah, I guess there's a timer, right? I'm not even playing my own video. Oh, I'm hitting the 4 hour mark. Um, that means I'm ahead of schedule. Because I should be starting my 4th machine right now. This is the 4th machine. Oh, I need my little tray now. For the SSD here. 256 gig SSD SanDisk. Shoot, where'd it go? I had a little tray for the SSD. Oh, never mind, I don't need it. Fits right here. Now I just need the screws. This case 600T support ATX. Yeah, it should also support EATX, which is extended. But the 600T, I mean, unless you really like this shape and size, they have newer ones from Corsair, the 700 series. Definitely look into those. Those will take ATX, EATX. But they're a lot nicer looking and have more modern stuff. Especially, the reason why I left this case, this was my case, my own personal case. The reason why I left this case was because I had a radiator, the H100i, and my motherboard, the heatsink, was so large that I had to move my radiator to the side a little, and so I had to like use not all the holes that are here to hold it, so it was just kind of like Mickey Mouse jank kind of thing, which is why I went to the Fractal Designs ArcMidi 2, because they purposely offset the 240mm radiators to the side. They have holes to move it to the side closer to this edge here, away from the motherboard, so that the radiator would fit. So that's why I left this case. So if you're gonna do air cooling like this, yeah, this is great. Man, I should have kept the bags of screws around. Well, I guess I'm using these, if they'll fit. No, they don't. Great. Not the most elegant looking solution, but it works. Second hard drive. Western Digital Red NAS hard drive. This is not the hard drive you should be putting into your system. This is a NAS hard drive. I got it because it was red, open box item. It was $54. But get yourself a Western Digital Black. Oh, I just broke it. This is why this is not a popular method. I mean, I'm not the first person. There's other people who do reviews of hard drives, and they don't really like this method of bending open the tray or sled. All right. That's it for that. Now let's do the power or the SATA. Oh yeah, optical drive. Done. Whoa. Oh, I should have done right angles on these. Oh, I should have done right angle. just leave this here. No, I'll take it out. All right. Now power everything. Oh, sells IO shields? That's tough because you'll have to get IO shields. Let's see. Yeah, you'd have to get IO shields specific to your motherboard. So I would say contact the motherboard manufacturer. Wow, look at these cables. These cables are nice. Shoot, I should have spaced these out. That's it. That's all I need, and one Molex. Whoa, almost flipped my table over. Alright, the cable management I'll have to deal with later. So now it's a matter of plugging in the beasts. These are R9 290. Oh. It would be a good idea to remove the screws. Huh. All right, power going down. Come on, man. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna mess with the cable management later. Because this is atrocious. that it? That's it. Let's close this sucker up. Yep. There you go. Oh, I guess I could just show at least one time what the inside looks like. Voila. It's a beast. It is a beast. These cables are just killing me right now. It looks so ugly. But that's it. All right. Whew. On to the final round. Man, it is a mess at my place. I'm gonna have to spend like the whole day tomorrow cleaning. All right. This, I'm going to skip. Z87X UD5H, again, old chipset. But pretty good Hackintosh compatibility. That's what the system was originally supposed to be. Both a Windows machine and a Hackintosh. And I will probably make it that. Oh, there's a lot of cables, a lot of excess amount of SATA cables here I don't even need. Alright, same old story. Oh, where's my CPU? CPU. 4770K. Yeah, the Sound Blaster Z. It's really for me. I wanted to have, you know, some good audio, I guess, with some good speakers. I have like 5.1 surround sound speakers, computer speakers. I forgot what model they were. But I just wanted to try out the whole sound thing. I'm not an audiophile or anything like that. FX 4150 is a bad CPU? No, not necessarily. I think I've used a 4000 series CPU in a system, and it's still running. It's like an office machine right now. But for gaming, I still don't think it's a bad CPU. I think it's like the FX 4000 series, probably like the minimum on the AMD side that you want to get. For the AM3 Plus sockets, you know, you can definitely use that CPU with like a 270, 280. Maybe not the 290s. If you're going 290s, you want at least the 8 cores, or at least the 6 cores, the 6000 series. But yeah, if you're pairing it up with a 270 or 280, any of those, FX 4150 is fine. Right, so G-Skill snipers. These are 1866. Not like this board can handle 1866, but it was really inexpensive RAM. It's 16 gigs, which is the kind of minimum you want to use for a multimedia video editing rig. This rig is basically a multimedia video editing rig. I would say it's a budget multimedia video editing rig, right? And the minimum you want to go with is 16 gigs of RAM. For gaming, 8 gigs is fine. Because this machine, why is this a video editing rig? Well, I mean, really you want like the 6 core, you want the Socket 2011 or the X99, those systems for video editing rig. But like I said, this is like the budget one. Yeah, anything's better than Celeron D. Unless you're doing Bitcoin mining, Celeron D is fine. But then again, you're not doing Bitcoin mining because that's dead. Or Litecoin, or Dogecoin. The mining era it's kind of going away. It might make a comeback with something else. If they find some cryptocurrency that's not GPU, or that's not capable of mining on GPU or ASICs. Was it resistance? I think there's like, they call it GPU and ASICs resistance. So this is the Hyper 212 Evo, a very popular cooler. You're probably wondering, man, you got a 4770K in here. Why aren't you using a H100 or H110 cooling this sucker so you can overclock this bad boy? These don't really do too well. They're very inconsistent for overclocking. The newer version of this, it doesn't perform better than this. I think it's the 4970K. No, 4790K. And
it's not very much faster than this, but there's a little bit more headroom for overclocking. And that's because they replaced like the thermal paste inside, and it has a higher TDP, so more electricity is pumped through it. So that's why I can overclock a little bit more. And it's consistent, meaning like on these ones, some of them can overclock really well, some of them can't, right? With the newer one, they all can pretty much overclock to a certain point, and they all hit that point. Not all, but many of them. Oh, and yeah, I didn't want to spring for the extra money. This thing is a $30 cooler, which does fairly well, especially when you add a second fan to it. Oh yeah. So this bracket, if you want to see a more in-depth and better polished video of installing this, check out my latest build guide. It's a 3-part series. Number 2 is the actual build. The first one's a parts list, second one's a build list, build guide, and then the third one's Windows installation. Check out the build guide, and in there I show how to install this cooler, and I do a much better job showing it. Oops. Okay, now I actually have to remove this, otherwise you can't screw down the cooler. Just gonna do a check.
For this cooler, for this socket, I have to look up actually. I think it's the middle ones. There's like 3 grooves on it, and you gotta use the middle ones. Let's see. Nope, I lied. You gotta use the inner ones. Yep. All right. Take off the sticker. Someone once said that they bought a computer somebody built for them, and they were getting terrible temperatures, and when they opened it up, they had that sticker on the CPU. So they installed it with the sticker on there onto the CPU with the thermal paste. I'm guessing they forgot to take it off. I don't think they were like, they looked at it and was like, that should be on there, and then stuck it on there. It's a mistake. It happens. It's a terrible mistake. Oh. Wow. What? Is that an ultra durable motherboard with no electrolytic capacitors? I'm not sure. It's an ultra durable, yeah, but I'm not sure what the specific specs are. Thermal paste. In this particular system, the Mars Volta 215, this is Intel 4770K. All right. Time to prep the case. What GPU is the best bang for the buck? 750 Ti or 260X? 750 Ti. Doesn't matter if you have an AMD CPU or Intel CPU. I like the 750 Ti. I have a system with the 260X. One of the builds here I used. I've had problems with it running in dual monitors. I don't know why. Not gaming in dual monitors, but just running dual monitors in general. Of course, it could have been a driver thing, and I never really looked into it, which I should have. But I like the fact that the 750 Ti doesn't require any external power, and the 260X does require a 6-pin power connector. Oh, yeah, I've stabbed the motherboard, like scraped it too, before. A long, long time ago, though. I've only done it once. All right. So ATX size motherboards. Yep. Tokaku. Are you talking about this ArcMIDI 2? Fractal Design ArcMIDI 2? It's a great case. It's actually my personal case, my system that's streaming this whole thing. My main case. I bought a bunch of these because they went on sale for like $50 last Christmas or last holidays, and I bought like 4 of them. Yeah, because they're normally like $89 or $100 each, and I think it was Newegg. They had them on sale, free shipping for $50, so I bought them with the intent to build people's systems using this case. You know, selling the systems. It's a well-reviewed case. Sorry, checking my messages here. All right, power supply. A budget-friendly power supply. $750 watts. Corsair CX750. Non-modular, obviously. What? All right. Let's run some cables. Well, let's first take off the back panel. That would be better. CPU. TX. And that should be good. Oh no. All right, let's get some motherboard screws. Hmm. Oh, nice. Oh, on my own rig, the Mars Volta. If you'd have to like scroll back. I talked about what my personal rig was. Oh, nice. Yeah, 187 Samuel. Yeah, some of the 750 Ti's have a 6-pin. I think the Asus ones, Asus with the direct CU, 2 coolers on them. I think those have the extra 6-pin, extra power for overclockability. Yeah, the Mars Volta, earlier in this video, in this whole thing, I talked about what my personal rig was. I think it was when I was building with the S340. Oh, cool. Open air case. Yeah, I do want to also have an open air case. As a matter of fact, I have right over there, sitting on the floor there, open air case made out of wood. I know, a friend of mine made it. It's supposed to be like a mining rig kind of case, but I'm not going to use it for mining rig, although there are going to be mining rig hardware in it. I just want it just because it kind of looks cool. This case is an Arc Mini 2 by Fractal Design. YOLO. Alright. Oh, I got one more screw. Alright. Let's install the drives. What the? Wood. Oh, hey, 187 Samuel, I'm glad you're able to build your computer. Oh, thanks to me, huh? Awesome. I appreciate that. Especially because there's like tons of other videos out there. Specs on this system that I'm building here. Gigabyte Z87. I know, old chipset. But I've had these parts for quite some time now, unbuilt. Z87 gigabyte. Specifically, the motherboard is the UD5H.
Really good Hackintosh compatibility. CPU is 4770K. 16 gigs of G.Skill 1866 memory. Doesn't need 1866 memory, I know. It was a good price for 16 gigs. About to install a Crucial M500 240. As the main boot drive. What the? This doesn't have. Oh. That's weird. Usually the holes are like on the bottom side. But the holes on these are on the top. Weird. Oh, and the GPU that I'm sticking in here, EVGA 780 by NVIDIA. This is not a gaming rig, although it can be. It's primarily a video editing rig, multimedia, and more geared towards what do you call it? Adobe products, because Adobe uses the CUDA technologies, but the Creative Cloud software now really has good support for the AMD side. So, and AMD cards are a little bit less expensive. So, using all of these PCs, benchmarking, testing, but primarily I will be selling them if people, people usually hit me up all the time looking for a system. I'm not gonna sell them as is. Like, this is not like super proper way to be building them. I mean, I went through everything pretty quick. I will like take my time, undo some things, redo things properly, right? Make sure everything is in prime condition. I'm not gonna, hand this off to somebody just as is like this. I like to do a good job of building systems, but for the purpose of this video, I kind of just, went as fast as I could, because I'm going on 4.5 hours now of building systems. I'm tired. All right. Hard drive. Where's the other hard drive? And for a video editing rig, what this is supposed to be for, video editing, 1 terabyte hard drive is not enough. You need like 4 terabyte hard drives, or at least 1 4 terabyte hard drives to begin with.
Oh, and while I'm sitting here doing this, standing here doing this, if you guys want to check out, if any of you guys have Instagram, I created an Instagram account that has like 14 clips, 15-second clips. Each one of these clips is my last build guide video. I chopped it up into 15-second segments, and so it's pretty much how to build a computer from start to finish. There's no talking. I'm not talking over it and not giving you a whole lot of instructions, but you could just see what I'm doing. I hope to make more kind of short little Instagram accounts. Like this Instagram account, it's just that. It's called AMD FM2 Plus Build. Wait, shoot. I don't remember what it's called now. Let me look it up on my phone real quick. It is called AMD FM2 Plus. Right, that's the Instagram account, and it just I'm not gonna be posting anything to it. It just has 14 videos on there. 13 of them are step by step how to build a computer. Particularly the exact same one that was in my YouTube channel. So if you guys want to check that out, you know, it's kind of cool. What would I recommend for gaming on an Intel-based system? At least in terms of graphics cards, I would say a 970, right? If you have the cash, if you have the $350 for that. And then skimp out a little on the CPU, get a Core i5. If you don't want to overclock, great, you'll save yourself like 10, 20 bucks. Getting a non-K, like a 4670 non-K, but if you can get a good price for a 4670, or go like the super cheap route and get the 3258, which is a dual core processor from Intel. Just stick that in the machine, overclock the heck out of it. Like this whole system right here, let's say you got this sort of thing, put the 3258 in there. It's a dual core, but people have been overclocking it like a mofo. Overclock the heck out of it, run a 970, you know, just so that you'll have the money, you save the money. You'll be able to dump that into the 970. If you can't get a 970, 750 Ti, right? That's like the lowest graphics card, I would say, for a gaming rig. And then it depends on what monitor. If you could just have one single 1080p monitor, then a 970 really isn't what you need. I mean, honestly, if you had a 1080p monitor and I mean, if you're running at like 144 hertz, yeah, 970 would be great. But you're probably going to run a 1080p monitor with 60 hertz. You don't need a 970. 750 Ti as a minimum, but then wait. I would say wait until some more budget-friendly Maxwell 900 series comes out, like a 960, 950 Ti, that sort of thing. Wait for those ones to come out. Yeah, if you're willing to wait. If you want to just get that 750 Ti for now, get that, and again wait, and then when that card comes out, sell your 750 Ti, keep it as a second card, whatever. Hopefully that helps. Okay, and let's go ahead and plug in some power. almost nearing the end. Finally. All I gotta do is plug in the power, plug in the graphics card, and that's it, we're done. Oh, and plug in all the front panel connectors. Dang it. That one's kind of a drag. Whoa. Let's temporarily lock all these up. Power here. Power there. All right. Do I like Tapatio, the hot sauce? Yes. More so than Tabasco. I don't like Tabasco. Tabasco's got too much vinegar in it. Or I don't like vinegar. Cholula's good too. Valentine, okay. But then again, you know, it always depends too on what you're putting it on. Yeah, Mars Volta, that's kind of what this is. It's a gaming system that can be a Hackintosh. Alright, front panel connectors, probably the most difficult part of a build. HD audio. Alright, reset switch. Power LED. Oops. Power switch. Hard drive LED. Okie doke. Now the graphics card. And I'll be using the GeForce GTX 780. Rally Ready Evo 10 or Rally Ready FRS. Ooh. If this is a car that I'm gonna actually drive in rallies, I don't know much about rally cars. I mean, I drive an FRS. So like I'm inclined to say I want to drive an FRS. I don't rally, I don't drift, right? I don't rally, I don't drift, I don't drag race. I would like to. And now for the piece de la resistance. In your MacBook Pro, like you're saying it's getting slow as in like opening up programs? Or it's slow when you start up the programs? I mean, RAM will help, yeah. If you have a lot of programs open, programs open at the same time, yes, upgrade RAM. But in terms of things booting up slow or starting slow and you've done like a clean install, I would suggest doing a clean install. I'm pretty sure your system can handle Mavericks. Try doing a clean install of Mavericks. And then I would say invest in an SSD. They're getting fairly cheap now. And do a clean install on that SSD. You can get a 240 SSD now for, shoot, $80. Albeit it's not the fastest SSD. A PNY 240 gig SSD is $80 now. After some rebates, it's $80. It doesn't have fast write speeds, which is okay. It does have fast read speeds though. And the fast read speeds is good for when you're booting up programs, starting programs, and stuff like that. And I think that SSD would be cheaper. Would actually be cheaper than, well, I don't know. Do you have one 4 gig stick of RAM in your MacBook Pro, or two 2 gig sticks? If you have two 2 gig sticks, you're gonna have to replace all that with two 4 gig sticks to make 8, and two 4 gig sticks. I think it's gonna be around $80. Maybe 100. Have I thought about putting a Kobe Stage 1 tune on your FRS? I don't know what that is. I'm not knowledgeable in cars. Stage 1 tune, I guess that's like something I modify on the chip, on the computer system. If I modify my chip, all that stuff, can I run? Will I see boosts, even though I'm running like all stock hardware? Will just a tune give me a good performance boost, or will I notice it more if I get a tune along with hardware stuff, exhaust, intake, whatever else? I don't know. Two 2 gig sticks. Oh yeah. See, you're gonna have to get two 4 gig sticks. If it was just like one 4 gig stick in there already, and you had to get one 4 gig stick, I think that's like $40, $50. So yeah. Look up the prices for it, and I think it's gonna be around $100, $80 to $100. So I would say, I don't know what kind of a workload you have, what kind of programs you're using. Like if you're using Photoshop, Illustrator, multimedia stuff, video editing, invest in the RAM. If you're not doing any of that stuff, then invest in the SSD. If you're just like, you just want your programs to open up fast, invest in the SSD. Right, so that's pretty much it for this build. Another one bites the dust, and that's it for the builds. I'm gonna do a little bit of cleaning up. I'm gonna see if I can fit all the machines that I've built tonight. Oh, if I can fit them all on the table here, so we can see what they look like. Man, it is almost 1 o'clock. Oh. Can the hard drive cause lag in gaming? A regular rotational hard drive? Yeah. It could. Say, for example, if you have your antivirus on or another program running in the background that just starts up and is running, it could cause lag. Depending on the game too. Like, I can't speak for all games. I mean, sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. Usually, I mean, hard drives really only come into play in games in terms of like loading the game, loading the level, how long it takes. Lag, it's hard to say, but it can. Yeah, see, I gotta work on getting the hardware first before doing the tune. Whew. It is a war zone in here. I think if I tried to keep everything neat and clean, I'd be here for hours and hours. I'll show you guys the aftermath. Okay. So this is one system. Oh, this thing's heavy. Let me see if I can switch. What would be the best camera angle? Oh, dang it. Ugh. Oh, man. That was heavy. Hopefully my computer doesn't crash. And here is and I guess I'll put this one up on top of here. Whoop, or not. Okay.
right, there you have it. The Deep Cool Tesseract. This is running what is this running? I forgot. You just have to watch the video. AM1, yeah, AM1 system. S340 case. Running Intel and AMD 270s. Another Intel system. This is a Corsair 600T. The home theater PC. Running ITX motherboard. Yeah. And 260X in there. And then the computer that you just saw me build, which was an Intel, yada yada. All that stuff. So that pretty much concludes this. Maybe I'll be posting up some pictures on my Google Plus or Instagram. Hit me up on there. What else? What else? Thank you all for watching. Let me see if I can answer. Also, if hands gets loud just by doing the simplest things, examples. 5400 RPM. Have you done LED mod on your headlights? No, but I should be doing that. Yeah. So, that concludes this video. Thanks for watching. And, yeah. I'll catch you guys later.